Welcome to eDNA. This is the committee orientation, and I'll be asking you all to introduce yourselves so we can all know the proper names and the proper pronunciations, which is always a fun issue. Yes, nearly everybody's here that now. I'm Carol McGuire. I'm the chair in my 9th term in the House, and my 5th term as the chair of eDNA. So I have set ways of doing things. I hope you will accommodate them. When we have hearings where I try to do them in a timely, controlled manner. We do ask questions, but I would ask you to keep your questions focused on the bill. We have topics that people don't know a lot about, and so I've arranged for orientation with the jail car staff on rulemaking, with the retirement system, and with the Office of Professional Licensure, which deals with licensing. And those are the 3 main areas we deal with. So please ask all the questions you can think of to those people, because they will know what the system answer is, and they'll help you to learn about it. What else? On minor points, I don't object to having computers. I've got one myself. Just make sure that you're respectful to the people testifying. So, and let's see, there's a coffee pot in the office. You're welcome to use it. If you're going to be a regular, then either give me some money or bring in supplies, your choice. If you're just going to get a cup once in a while, don't sweat the small stuff. Okay. Representative Pearson has a bill in the Senate, so he'll be coming back after that. Representative DeVries, if you'd introduce yourself.
Here we go. Erica DeVries, Hampton.
Hampton. All right. And why are you on eDNA?
Because I was assigned to it.
All right, honesty.
Fred Davis from Nashua. This is my 2nd term on eDNA. So it's nice to meet you all.
Glenn Bailey from Milton. I also represent Rochester Ward 5, and I'm returning.
Jeremy Slotchy, I represent Hudson.
Peter Schmidt, I represent Dover Ward 1. This is my 23rd year.
Hi, my name's Heath Howard. I represent Stratford and Barrington. This is my 1st term on eDNA and my 2nd term in the House.
I'm John Sytek from Salem. I was assigned to eDNA when I won a special election a long time ago. It's the best committee in the House.
John is also our clerk.
Erica Leon from Derry. It's my 3rd term in the House, 1st term in eDNA.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jackie Grota. This is my 4th term in the House and my 4th term on eDNA. And I agree with Representative Sytek that it is the best committee. And I find that this committee works well together because we have bills that are that relate to agencies and administration. It's something that we should all be supporting. And I look forward to hearing your ideas on them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Representative James Tebow. I'm from Franklin, representing Franklin and Northfield. My 1st term in the House, and this is an area of law I'm not as familiar with, so I'm looking forward to learning with all of you.
Good morning. I'm Representative Vanessa Sheehan. This is my 3rd term in the House. I represent the town of Milford. This is my 2nd committee. My 1st committee is Ledge Admin, where I serve as vice chair. my first time on eDNA, and I'm looking forward to learning even more. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul Dargy from Milford. This is my second term in the House, first term on eDNA.
Representative John Sellers from Bristol. I represent Bristol and Bridgewater up by the Lakes region. And this is my, I was assigned to this committee in my second term.
Okay. All right. One minor thing to take care of. The Commission on Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder in First Responders, it needs a member from eDNA. This is a nice introduction to statutory committees because it's met twice in the past year, so it's not a lot of work. Is there anyone who's interested? Oh, you are interested. Excellent. I will make a note to recommend your name to the speaker. Okay. And oh, that was fast. I'm sorry. I thought that introducing ourselves would take a little longer, so I scheduled an hour. Obviously, we're in good shape to make our 3-minute speeches. So.
Well, I have other prepared remarks.
Oh, well, thank you, John. That's excellent. A lot of the work we do is in subcommittee. And since the committee is smaller this year, we're down to 3 subcommittees. There's the pension subcommittee, which Representative Leon is chair of. The licensing subcommittee, which Representative Pearson is chair of. And then Representative Sheehan has other, which at the moment looks like it will be the state building code, because we've got 4 or 5 bills on it, and at least one will probably go to subcommittee. If you, there's a list of subcommittee members in the office. If you have very strong objections, let me know, or find somebody to trade places with. I tried to assign them based on your interests as much as I knew of them. So we'll, yeah, Jackie.
So I thought maybe we might elaborate a little bit on the state building codes because we're not having an orientation on that. And I'm not sure if everybody is aware of what the state building codes signify and what they represent. And I think that it's something that historically we have, on my first term, it was a big issue because we hadn't adopted the latest building codes. I think my first term it was 2019, and I think we were reviewing the 2016 building codes, but we hadn't adopted them since 2013. It had been quite a while. So as a result of that, this committee made a commitment to itself that we would always stay current with the building codes, but we would not adopt the newest building codes. We would adopt the previous ones because those building codes can sometimes have bugs in them, like little things that you don't expect. So it gives us codes that are current but have been reviewed by other towns who may have adopted the building codes. So if I'm correct about this, towns have to adopt the ones that we, the state, the legislature adopts. However, nothing prevents them from going beyond the current one. So if they want to adopt the newer ones, they can.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that's generally true. We made some changes this past year when we adopted the 2021 codes for the most part. We changed that towns that wish to make amendments to the building code have to do so formally by a vote of their, I think it's the legislative, I think it's their governing body. So the Board of Selectmen can vote to adopt a change to the building code, but they have to send it into the State Building Code Review Board in order, and which will publish it so people know. the idea of the state building code is that it's a state building code, and every town and city should be using the same code with possibly some minor changes. There are places in the codes where you have options, you know, you can do it A or B, and some towns decided, well, we really like B better, so we'd like to have the local option to do it that way, which is reasonably legitimate. But the difficulty has been that many municipalities were not formally adopting their code changes and were not publishing them. So a lot of people that were trying to build were surprised when the inspector said, oh, that doesn't meet the town code. You can't do it that way. You've got to fix it. And there are allegations that some inspectors were making it up as they went along, which I believe may have happened. Don't know any that happened to me deliberately, but there were enough comments of that sort that I believe that it has happened. So we're trying to make it easier to build in that you know what the rules are before you go in. And last term was a member of the Building Code Review Board Liaison Committee, which met with the Building Code Review Board, which is a panel of experts. There are no legislators on it. There are architects and engineers, plumbers and electricians and home builders, and commercial builders, and architects, I think. Oh, yeah, definitely architects. So they know the building codes, they use them, and they're the ones that provide us the state building code, but we have to ratify it. And this year we have at least 4 bills on the building code, and ex officio, I'm sponsor of at least one of them, which consolidates all the enforcement materials about the building code, which had been scattered through the town authorities and the city authorities and the fire marshal's authority, and put it in one place with the building code so that it you could go and see who is enforcing it in your town. If anyone. In my town, we have a zoning compliance officer who checks for the location of the driveway, clearance around the well, proper position of the septic system, and that's about it. He doesn't inspect the house that we built for code compliance. So, and that is not uncommon in small towns. In fact, having a compliance officer that actually checks well clearances and septic system location is better than some. What else? So that's the consolidation bill. We have a bill from that will update the state energy code, which was not updated when we did the rest of the building code. We have a bill to restrict municipal adoption of building code changes. And then there's a 4th bill that I don't remember at the moment, but we'll be hearing all of them. Oh, and update the electrical code. Yes, thank you. That's on a different cycle. So we will be having all of those bills heard on the same day, and I'll leave time on at least one of them for people to get their questions out about the codes and the processes. The thing about building codes is that they have 2 different types. First is they tell you how to build safely, and and in particular, the updates tell you how to use new materials and processes, because the original building code we had was for stick-built houses. As time went on, it developed how to use pre-built trusses, which is a different building style. But so that's covered in the current codes. And then there are manufacturer-specific requirements that keep getting thrown in. And in some cases, the building code goes from manufacturer A's materials to manufacturer B's materials back and forth, when really they ought to be alternates because they're both safe and effective, but you deal with the materials differently. Any contractors, plumbers, or electricians in the group? Okay, well, darn, I'm
No, but I was an architecture minor and I love this stuff.
okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm a mechanical engineer by training, so that's how I got stuck with it. ED&A got it some years ago because we had on the committee a representative who was a master plumber and a master electrician, so he really knew what was going on with the codes, and he was basically the lead for the whole house for as long as he kept getting elected. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that building codes are a rather animated subject, so that we will get a lot of testimony on those because they're integral in our everyday life, right? And oftentimes I support a statewide building code because I would want houses that are built in, let's say the town of Franklin or Milford, to be as safe as those that we build elsewhere. So I think, and it's also good for people who are buying houses because if they have an inspection, one of the things the inspector will look for is whether or not the house is code compliant. So it's good for the owners to know that we have a state building code.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. John?
Thank you. A question on that. How does that apply to properties that have houses that have already been built and for 50, 100, 150 years?
There is a existing building code that directs how you update. As long as you don't make any major changes to said house, it's your business. But if you've got 1940s and 50s electrical circuits, I'd recommend you change them just for your own safety. In fact, as long as you keep owning it, there's no problem. If you sell the house, I don't know, if you make changes though, there you will have to, in some cases, bring parts of the house up to compliance. And for commercial buildings, it's also somewhat more extensive. And that's an issue that keeps coming up over and over again. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I speak to the subject of administrative rules and the jail car, especially since we're going to be talking with some of their people at 11 o'clock?
Yep, please do. Representative Schmidt is the longest serving member of JELCAR.
That's true. This will be my 19th year on the JELCAR. I was put there and here simultaneously by former Speaker Terry Norelli because there's a lot of overlap between JELCAR and ED&A. That's one of the things I think you'll all enjoy and profit from, is that we have a lot to do with state agencies and state rules and so forth. And we will see a lot of the top people there. One of them is with us this morning to speak to us at some point. Allison is on your HHS, right? Right, Department of Health and Human Services. JELCAR stands for Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, and many statutes require kind of instruction manual on how they are to be implemented, and those are called administrative rules. And the legislature gives up a portion of its power to the various different state agencies in order to oversee those specific areas, such as health and human services, and in order to make sure that the agency is staying within its powers, the rules that it devises for implementing statutes have to go through the JELCAR for approval. And there are 3 members of this committee who are currently on the JELCAR. Representative McGuire is the just previous chair of the JELCAR. As a member of the House, there are 5 House members and 5 Senate members on the JELCAR, and the chair goes back and forth between the 2 chambers. Representative McGuire was the chair in the previous term from the House, and now it's the Senate's turn, and so Senator Lang is the chair at this particular time. The chair of the JELCAR is chosen by the members elected from either the Senate or the House. And also Representative Grota is currently on the JELCAR along with me, Representative Leon, Representative McGuire, and so this term and the name will come up very frequently on administrative rule issues. So it's an advantage to this committee to have several members who understand the process quite well, and therefore they can help the other members of the committee to understand more easily and speak to that from point of experience. We also have a couple of members on the joint committee
Employee classification.
I'm blanking on it.
The Joint Committee on Employee Classification.
Employee classification, thank you. I'm used to calling it JCEC. 2 members of the JCEC are by statute from this committee, 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. I'm currently on the JCEC as well from the Democratic side, and the previous Republican member didn't get reelected, so we were going to have to appoint somebody. Some Republican from this committee by statute will have to be on there. The former member was Representative Sitek when he was on this committee, but he wasn't on this committee last term, so he couldn't continue on the JCEC because it has to be 2 members from EDNA, 1 Democrat, 1 Republican. So I'm hoping Representative Sitek will come back because he's the longest serving member of JCEC. Now that Senator D'Alessandro has retired after 50 years in the.
What he means is I keep the minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
We will have a bill on JCEC later. I think it's a couple of weeks out. So that's something that I wanted to mention about scheduling. Oh, first, I want to introduce Mr. Bradley Greenland, who is our committee researcher. He will provide a lot of data on some of the things we're working on. When we get into Senate amendments and committees of conference, he'll give us comparisons of the different versions of the bill. And he's very helpful in a lot of other things. So we'll be seeing a lot of him. He keeps track of what we're doing in a helpful sort of way. Okay, what else? Oh yes, scheduling. That was what I was going to talk about. We have at the moment 36 bills, up 30 from Friday. So we just got 3 yesterday afternoon, and they are all early bills. Those are bills that go from us to the House and then on to a second committee. We have to be through with them by March 6th. So I'm doing my best to schedule all the bills, particularly the early ones, up front so we can take some time off. Next week, I've scheduled 2 days of 6 hearings each, and probably weeks after that, we meet on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We don't need a quorum for public hearings, so if you need to or you have other conflicts, feel free to skip them. They're all televised. so you can catch up if you need to. Um, and as a warning, on February 12th, I'm scheduling some lighter bills. We have a state animated film, which we will be showing immediately after lunch and then considering the bill that that recommends it as a state film. We have the state a new state flag design. We have a committee on flag design, and Daniel Webster Day, plus another bill on general holidays. They're all on that day. If you want to go skiing, that's one I'd recommend. They're all very light. In fact, I've invited fourth graders from one of my towns to come talk to us about the flag, because in my opinion, their judgment of the flag quality is at least as good as mine and maybe better. Excuse me. Other than that, I'm waiting till we get more bills. At the moment, the speaker said there's something like 200 more bills that haven't been written and assigned to committees. So, and looking at them, it looks like the tough ones are the ones that are coming out last, and they're more likely to be early bills. So the week after next, I'll schedule all the early bills. There's a couple of, I think 2 or 3 pension bills and some controversial licensing bills. So next week will be tougher. No, the week after next. Sorry. Oh, what else? Yes, Representative Bailey has the flag. We saw it last year. It's unfortunate that they've got a mirror image of the old man, but nobody's perfect. Okay, Representative Grota, yes.
I just wanted to remind the committee that early bill means that the bill will be heard by 2 committees. Typically, the initial committee has to have it, which in many cases, well, not in many cases, but every policy committee is going to have early bills. And in our case, many of the early bills that we have will go to finance after, but some of them go to a separate committee, maybe HHS or Commerce. Ways and Means. So, so all committees who have bills that are going to be heard by 2 committees have to go through their bills by the certain date. And those dates are on a calendar. If you start reading the calendar and look at that section where they have the dates, those dates start to make more sense the more you get involved with committee work.
Yeah. And we will be getting some second committee bills. If there's a bill from another policy committee that deals with rulemaking or licensing, we'll get it as a second committee to look at that issue. Not as many as we used to, but there'll be some. Yeah, the deadline for early bills, as I said, is March 6th, so we'll be trying to get those out. My policy has always been to vote out as many bills as we can. So, except for tomorrow where I forgot, when we're in hearings, if there's a bill that we hear and everybody in the committee looks at each other and say, well, that's a loser, we can immediately vote to get rid of it. Or contrariwise, we say, well, duh, we should have done that years ago. The same thing. So I will hope to get a lot of the easy bills quickly out of our possession. The harder ones go to subcommittee. And the subcommittee chairs can schedule as many meetings as they want, when they want. Some subcommittees like to meet first thing in the morning because I won't start the committee before 10. And other subcommittees like to meet afterwards or on other days of the week. You know, it's up to the subcommittee to figure out what works for them and how many meetings they need to have. Generally, the bill's sponsors and sometimes the agency or a lobbyist of the supporters we'll work with the subcommittee to make sure that we meet their intent. And most of the time, a subcommittee will recommend ought to pass with amendment. And I've had to apologize to the House at least twice for reporting a bill as ought to pass with amendment when we actually didn't amend it, because I was so unused to the idea of not having an amendment. And it's Representative Groda.
I do want to add that subcommittee meetings are public hearings so that the chairs of those subcommittees will notice those meetings. So they'll be in the calendar, but you'll also get the notification from our, Robin, what's her, she's a
The
committee.
only difference is that subcommittees only need 24-hour
Yes.
notice, so that it's perfectly possible after the hearing, the subcommittee chair will say, how about we meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock? And that's, or actually at 3 o'clock, and that's good enough. But they will be posted, they are public, you will have people here.
Yeah, so you have to be here.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Representative Sellers.
Thank you. Will you be having any executive session on the same day as hearings?
Yes, like I said, I expect to do the obvious ones right away. And there are some. And there are others where it looks obvious going in, and then some of the testimony makes you say, oh my God, we never thought about that, and we send it to subcommittee. It depends on the circumstances. And I will confess that I forgot to announce executive session for the bills we will be hearing tomorrow afternoon. So some of those might be taken up next week if we have time. There's at least one that I think we will we'll agree we want to pass it immediately, but I've been wrong before. But I am scheduling an executive session for our, in 3 weeks, toward the end of the month. And that will be bills that weren't quite so obvious, but we've worked through. And that one will, or where they've gone to subcommittee, and the subcommittee was easy. So we'll do that. Representative Burrow?
I'm trying to think of all the things that might happen, and there could be that if we decide to exec a bill and some of the committee members are unsure about their position on the bill, it's possible for someone to ask for a caucus so that the Democrats and the Republicans can each caucus before the executive session. It's highly unlikely that we do that on bills that we decide to exec at the time, because as Chair McGuire says, it's typically bills that are obvious when we hear the bill. And we can tell by the tenor in the committee and the questions that people are on the same page.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of that, please, subcommittee chairs, do not schedule the caucus is the executive session. I think this is starting at 11. Please do not schedule a subcommittee at 10 because we want a caucus. We'll have a first caucus so people can get used to the idea. Representative Sheehan, you had something? Yeah, ED&A is fortunate that we don't get a whole lot of partisan issues, but there's always a few, and there's some that come out of nowhere, and you realize that without planning, all the Republicans are on one side and the Democrats are on the other side. My first term that happened because we had a second committee bill that dealt with providing energy information to home buyers, which was perfectly fine, except that it wanted to have the real estate inspectors prepare data on it and provide the information. And the Republicans all said, well, you know, the home inspectors aren't responsible for that kind of information. Why should their license fees go toward this other task? And so we ended up with a purely partisan issue on a very straightforward bill that we disagreed on how it should be implemented. First time I spoke on the floor. That's why I remember it so well. All right, any other questions, comments? No. Representative Reeves, yes.
So for those of us who are just getting used to the calendar, should we plan on being here Wednesdays and Thursdays for the remainder of this month?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. After January, we probably will back off quite a bit. But the really tough bills will still be in subcommittee, so that will be the main effort, is working through the difficult bills. All right. So what did I forget to mention? Well. All right, well, I don't want to talk anymore. Representative Leon, yes.
Yes, did you speak about the copies of the bills and how we'll get those and that process in order to have a hard copy as well as the electronic and how to access the electronic?
Yes. All right, first for hard copies, we have a committee assistant, Robin Bach, who sits outside of Commerce 301. She will be providing us hard copies of all the bills assigned to the committee. At the moment, they aren't all done. This is Representative Steve Pearson. Yes. Yep, and so anyway, we will get hard copies of all of the bills assigned. Some of them will be later than others, but expect to have them, the ones that we're dealing with, at the time of the hearing, if not sooner. You will be getting a set of them. There are drawers in the committee room that are, one of them will be assigned to you. The labels aren't up yet. So, sorry about that. We'll have to take care of it. And that you can keep whatever you want in there. But we don't recommend food. All right, and yes, and I always plan to take a lunch break because I need one, and I assume many of you will as well. So you'll have time to at least get up and stretch and go for a walk, and maybe you can get something to eat. Yes, Representative Pearson, if you want to introduce yourself, will be.
Sure. So I am Representative Steve Pearson. I'm a 4-term rep out of Derry. I've got 27 years in the fire service. I work for the city of Manchester as a lieutenant on the west side. I live in East Derry, so I enjoy the benefits of living in our 4th largest community and also kind of in the woods at the same time, which is great. I have some interesting hobbies, and beyond that, for those of you that don't know me, you will. I am not afraid to hold my tongue. I will assert positions that I think are important. I have served on this committee before. I did 2 terms here. And despite, a little bit of the heavy workload that we do here, I do very much enjoy what we do here at EDNA. I'm happy to see Representative Sitek back, certainly, and after his hiatus as well. And I think that, we'll have a good 2 years here, and we'll accomplish some great things for the state. So I am certainly open to suggestions. I'm certainly open to questions. I'll talk with anybody about anything. So beyond that, please try to refrain from having a medical emergency. Take your meds, please. I'm tired of dealing with that in this building. But
Well, actually, it looks as, I mean, some years we had 4 or 5 paramedics on the committee.
we have.
So,
Yeah. So
This year, it's all, I think you're the only one.
that's fine. That's fine. Believe me, I no problem there. It's
On the
been
other hand, the committee looks younger and healthier than in many other years, so.
yeah, we're doing yeah, we got a good group here. We'll be all right. I mean, I'm not saying we should extend lunch and all go to the gym together, but I do appreciate you, Madam Chairman, mentioning lunch. That has, some committees have a problem with that. They run too long. That's just, it's not good for any of us. So
Representative Schmidt, you've got a.
I just want to note for the other members that Representative Pearson is one of the group of a small but distinguished group of people who are part of a family unit in this body. His father is also a state rep and a chairman of family law.
correct, Children and Family Law. He's in his 5th term. Yep.
Yes, and I'll mention that my husband is also serving in the legislature. He's on both finance and educational funding, so I've made an arrangement to meet him after the budget passes. That passes the House, because I'm not going to be seeing much of him in the meantime. So if I refer to Dan without any other reference, it's probably my husband. Yeah, one particularly fine year, we had members of 4 different married couples serving on eDNA, which was an interesting situation. All right. Nobody else has anything? Questions, comments? She's Representative Howard.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let everybody know we have online remote testimony submissions that I'm going to just read out numbers whenever we have hearings, just so that people are aware. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That came in fairly recently, and so I was mostly ignoring it, but that's not the right thing to do. So thank you very much for your service. That would be helpful. Representative Pearson.
I just have a question on the online stuff. Do we have origin of online testimony as far as, because during the COVID era, with several of us that have served during the COVID era, one of the things that got a little tiresome for me was listening to the opinion of people in Oregon and Utah and Wyoming, because they had the ability to just pipe on the internet and interject themselves into a New Hampshire process that is really designed for New Hampshire citizens. So
Yeah, you are required to enter which town and state you live in.
okay, that's great. That's great, because the weight of that certainly matters to me. So
Yeah,
thank
well,
you.
fortunately, we're not doing hybrid Zoom meetings, so they can still submit testimony through the portal or in writing to us in any way they like. But it's only the people who come and actually talk to us that will be excuse me, able to interact with.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I'm only reading out the number, not every single person and the general text that they submit alongside that testimony.
Yeah, because if nothing else, the online testimony is probably like the email. You'll find out that on any hot topic, where hot is in the eye of the beholder, you will get a whole bunch of form emails which are identical. And my policy is, unless they're from my town, I'm going to ignore it. Read one and then toss the rest. If you actually get a personal testimony that's, they're thinking about it, that's worth a lot more than just checking off a box and sending a form email. As I'm sure you will all find out when we get to some of the hot topics. Representative Schmidt?
I mean, you're going to see very frequently, it's 50 or 100 emails that are identical. So they just their only contribution is, if they sign it all, is a different name, but it's the same email over and over and over again. So that's obviously an organized effort to influence us. And I think it doesn't work, in my opinion.
Yeah, speaking of that, I hope you all have an email box for public use that you can handle receiving large quantities of emails, because you will be getting them. And you don't want to lose something from your brother-in-law saying we're coming over on Sunday or whatever. in the midst of that.
Nor do you want the email that your spouse sent you up subject to a 91A request as well.
Precisely. You want to keep it for public things. Anybody else? Okay, Representative Schmidt again.
Maybe you've noticed Representative Pearson, the chair, and I are all speaking quite closely into the microphone because you will see some of the witnesses are a foot away. They might as well be speaking into their hand because the microphones are sensitive, but not to a voice from a foot away. So you can speak calmly and without any great volume if you have the microphone very close. And another thing is, you'll notice that most of us are turning the microphone off when we're done, because if multiple microphones are on, the level of fidelity to the voice goes way down. So you really need, the chair will keep hers on because she's running the meeting. But it's a good idea to turn it off when you're not using it.
Okay. Oh, yes, President Corbett.
So I have a question about what your discretion will be regarding the public reading their testimony.
If it's really a member of the public, they can do it. If it's a lobbyist or a professional, I prefer that they just give us the highlights, because if you've seen a bit of testimony, you know that somebody reading their testimony is much less persuasive than somebody using their testimony to remind them of the highlights and actually talking to us. And I hope, and I certainly don't want, I would encourage people not to read their testimony. But I'm not going to gavel down of an actual citizen. Yes, Representative Sitek.
If I may, about reading, I would encourage them to read it, because you know it's going to be over. Somebody speaking extemporaneously will just go on and, oh my God, and Abraham begat Isaac, and no.
Representative Sitek has a lot of experience, particularly since he's been clerk many times, and that's a viewpoint I hadn't considered. Representative Leon, you had something?
Yes, for the members of the public, it's just a matter of what makes you the more comfortable. If you're reading through and you can be concise that way, that's wonderful. If that stresses you out, just speak with us.
So, all right, and I will do my best to make sure all of our new members get the opportunity to get an amendment, to write a committee report and speak on the floor, because that's something it's not that horrible. Please, you don't have to start out with a speech on a major issue. We have the advantage that most of our bills are inside baseball. They're small. They're about things people don't know about. You can actually change people's minds with a speech if you're talking about a licensing issue or a rulemaking issue, God forbid. Nobody comes in with preconceptions about rulemaking. If you want to speak on a gun control bill, say, you're speaking to posterity and the journal, because everybody knows what they think about gun control bills going into the session. So we'll invite everybody to write a committee report, and if necessary, speak on the floor about some minor issue they care about.
You don't call them blurbs anymore.
Our clerk, Mr. Smith, thinks blurbs is an undignified term.
Fine.
Us old timers still call them that. So if I ask you for your blurbs, that's what I mean. It's the committee report. And speaking of that, I take them written or emailed to me, and I have and because of my experience working on a newspaper, I frequently edit them for grammar, coherence, and so forth. So I will normally send them back to you for approval before sending them on. So in that case, I think we're about done. Everybody gets a chance to stretch their legs for 10 minutes. Since it's been noticed, we can't start early. Yes, sorry, the rule is you can start late, you can't start early, so 10 minutes. Good morning. The gavels are on order, so I won't have one for a bit. We have here a presentation on the rulemaking process from, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Douglas Osterhout. I am the Director of the Administrative Rules Unit for the Office of Legislative Services. And with me is one of the committee attorneys, Rebecca Ricard. If you've ever attended a JELCAR, you probably recognize Rebecca. Until recently, I was on the wrong side of things. I was at this table during JELCAR, but I sit over there where Representative Davis is now. Representative McGuire asked us to put on this presentation. We're going to keep it relatively short. It should be about an hour with time for questions. We're going to do kind of a high-level overview, just sort of the relationship between legislation and rules and sort of what that means. It's nice to see some of you again. Representative Pearson, you were on EDNA when I first started coming here every single day over the last few years. A lot of new faces as well. So we'll get started. This is us, the Office of Legislative Services. We did hand out paper copies, and Representative Sitek, I sent you an email. There's an electronic version.
And I half apologize to Attorney Ricard that I didn't have time.
It's the same exact document. So there is an electronic version coming to you as well. So I thought we could start right at the very beginning. The Constitution of the state of New Hampshire, small potatoes. So there's a couple of different Administrative Procedure Act models out there. There's one from the 50s, there's one from the 80s, and there's one from 1992, I believe, New Hampshire's model after the 1980 APA. And that, so what you'll see is there's a very nice opinion of the justices that came out in 1981 that I referenced quite a bit in the beginning here. And they, ultimately, legislature has the supreme power to draft legislation. The authority lies with them. But they do also have the ability to delegate that authority to the executive branch. And so I'm just citing throughout here. You can go. The executive branch has no inherent rulemaking authority. So when you're like a commissioner of an agency, it is your job to make sure that agency runs day to day, but they don't have any inherent authority in the agency to draft rules or promulgate rules of any kind. The legislature may not delegate unlimited rulemaking authority to an agency, so you can't completely turn over the reins. Not that I've seen that happen, or from what I've gathered, nobody really wants to see that happen, which is a good thing, some checks and balances. And then an agency's authority allows it to sort of fill in the details to effectuate the purpose of the statute. And I'll get into some examples later on too as to what that means. I'll leave time for questions at the end, but also if you have any questions, feel free to stop me. A lot of people in this room know I can tend to ramble. So we talk about the delegation of power. I've already mentioned the APA, but an agency is defined in RSA 541A, the APA, as I'm going to actually read this definition. Each state board, commission, department, institution, officer, or any other state official or group other than the legislature or the courts authorized by law to make rules or to determine contested cases. Now, that seems like a very simple thing and maybe too simple for this, but I have had to come before the legislature on more than one occasion and argue the definition of agency to a committee. Never House EDNA, thankfully, but other committees. But what an agency can look like varies very, very greatly. So I put a couple of examples on here. On one end, you've got Department of Health and Human Services, which has multiple locations, thousands and thousands of employees. The authority is granted to the department, but individual programs and are going to be promulgating the rules and drafting those rules. Now, the commissioner has to have eyes on. They have to sign off on that. But it's a very different structure than other agencies. A good example is Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. So everyone knows, prior to this position, I was general counsel for the OPLC, and prior to that, I was in the Bureau of General Counsel for Health and Human Services. So I've been in a couple of state agencies. OPLC is an interesting one. It's a much smaller agency. And then you're going to see different types of organized differently over there. So you're going to have, for example, the Board of Medicine, which is its own state agency that works sort of hand in hand with the OPLC. And you're going to see advisory boards such as recreational therapists, where even though they're a professional board, it's the office that has final rulemaking authority for that board. So even though it's two boards within the same agency, the structure is going to be very different depending on who you're talking about. And then there's the Office of the Right to Know Ombudsman, a personal favorite of mine. That is an agency of one. It is Tom Kerr. He is the only employee of that agency. He sits in the basement of the annex. He's a delightful individual if you ever get a chance to meet him. So you'll see on one end, you've got HHS with thousands of employees, and then you've got the Right to Know Ombudsman, an agency of one. This was supposed to be deleted. So I also want to go over real quick what a rule is, because this is very, very important. So a rule is any regulation, standard. It's a statement of general applicability meant to implement, interpret, or make specific a statute that prescribes or interprets agency policy or practice. And I bolded this piece because it's key. Binding on persons outside of the agencies, including other agencies. So internal practices and procedures, right? We have this column over here, what a rule is not. So internal agency memoranda or policy only applicable to employees. So if you're looking at a license, the requirements for the license might be in rule. How that license is processed when it comes into the agency might be a policy or in a procedural manner for the agency, not necessarily a rule, though it could be. Informational pamphlets, letters, or explanatory material. You'll see a lot of this at HHS, just explaining their programs. Personnel records relating to hiring, dismissal, promotion, compensation, investigations, discipline. That is not rules. Although there are rules that govern sort of how the state treats its own employees. Those are the personnel rules. And then if it gets to this point, the Personnel Appeals Board is sort of administrative rules for hearings about employees. And then declaratory rulings. You're not going to have to deal with those too much in the legislative branch, at least as far as statutes. And that's basically when somebody's confused about how a board or an agency would apply rules, they can present the facts to the agency and said, if this was a case before you, what would the outcome be? They're not binding, and they're very specific to the individual and the facts before them. It's not really a big part of rules right now. So it is clear. I just want to keep that binding on persons outside the agency, including other agencies. So why is this important? Because rules, once properly adopted, carry the force of law. Now, if they ever conflict with a statute, the statute is going to trump. We'll get into that more a little bit later. But rules do carry the force of law, and they are binding on the citizens and the agencies. Oh, look at that. That's what I was going to say.
One comment I want to
Yes, ma'am.
put in is that normal rules expire in 10 years. And an expired rule cannot be enforced. And that is a policy that we put in some years back, but it's very important because there are some activities that are only defined in rule, and there are also things like fees that are defined only in rule. The law may say you may have fees about this, but if the specific amount of the fee is set in the rule, it can't be collected if the rule has expired. And we in JLCAR have been beating up a number of agencies about enforcing expired rules, and I personally intend to do so.
Absolutely. So when I say a rule is binding on an agency, I do mean any rule that is only properly adopted through the system and still in effect. So as Representative McGuire explains, rules do have expiration dates. So there are also, earlier I mentioned that the legislature cannot delegate all of its rulemaking authority to the executive branch, but there are other limitations on rulemaking authority, both on the legislature but also on the executive branch. So This one applies to an agency. An agency may not delegate its rulemaking authority to anyone other than the agency named in the statute delegating authority. So I can't, I think OPLC is a good example. So if you have the office and you have we'll use the Board of Medicine again, they both have different roles and responsibilities. The Board of Medicine could not turn over that authority to the office because it's easier or more convenient or faster for them. They have the obligation and they have to do that rulemaking. An agency may not adopt rules under another agency's authority, and that can come into play when you see transfers. So I'm going to keep jumping back to HHS and OPLC quite a bit because I'm very familiar with both agencies. But for example, the Board of Nursing used to be housed under Health and Human Services. They're now housed under the OPLC. So if there was any roles and responsibilities that would have been the agencies, being HHS, those would now have to fall under OPLC, and that's going to require a statutory change. One of the things eDNA has been working on, and you're going to see a little bit of it this year, is just sort of clean up statutory language to address those kind of things. Nothing like the last 2 years, though. Other limitations on rulemaking authority. Even when there is general delegation of authority, there are certain requirements in rules that need specific statutory authorization. So a good example of general delegation authority would be such organizational and procedural rules necessary for the implementation of this statute or for the office, that type of language. But even with that language in place, without specific language in the statute, an agency cannot promulgate rules around penalties or fines, licenses or licensing, and that includes layers of licenses within licenses. Fees, non-consensual inspections, the expansion or limitation of the scope of who may practice a profession, or submission of social security numbers. And you will sometimes see in statutes when it comes to limitation on scope of who may practice a profession, the statute will sometimes explicitly say you have no rulemaking authority to do that. It's just so that it's very clear. Not entirely necessary, because if it's not explicit, the authority doesn't exist. But I think it's very helpful for people on the other end. You may jump in.
And just another example with regard to the fees. So if the legislature wants to set a specific fee for something, for example, for a license, you need to put that directly in your statute. If you want the agency to set the fee, say, they need to make a certain amount of money in order to operate, like a lot of the boards at the OPLC, then you can give that agency the discretion to make the fee. So that's something to think about when you're making legislation. Do you want to set a fee and have that fee be the fee, or are you going to give that discretion to the agency?
Yeah, within limits, of course. If you say that to a fine no more than $1,000, most agencies will consider that to be a floor of $1,000. So you'll expect to narrow down that fee pretty precisely. And the other is that it's a good idea to put limitations on how much the fees can be, even if you're giving them the authority. So that you would say to collect the fees to fund the operation plus no more than 25% extra. That's because you're estimating for the future. You can't do it exactly, so you want to aim to have the fee cover it plus a little bit. It is President Broda?
I just wanted to make a comment to the committee that one of the reasons why this is important is oftentimes we submit bills, and after they're passed, we're like, phew, glad that's over. But really, there's a whole component afterwards, which is the rulemaking component that lately hasn't been as, the details of that attention hasn't been paid. So I think that's why this is particularly important to our committee, because we do see bills that come to state agencies that will talk about the rulemaking of the agency. And I think it's something that we should suss out when we hear the bills.
And that's something that if you choose to serve on a different committee, we hope that you'll take with you. And you will look at the rulemaking authority on other bills and say, okay, yeah, that this is too broad. Like we had, just before Christmas, we had a bill about, not a bill, a rule for approval about landfills. And I went and looked at the authority the agency had to design the technical scope of the landfill, and there were no technical criteria whatsoever. None, zero. So they could make up a number. It said you have to consider, the environment around and but how closely around, in what matter. No details. They figured it out. And we've gotten a lot of, I've lost a lot of fights on the House floor saying we're giving them too much authority. We have to make a decision about this. But other people didn't want to belly up and say, no, we know what this number should be or what the scope of this issue is. And we want the DES or HHS or whomever to take care of it. Yes, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in line with what you have just been talking about, one of the things that you have been very instrumental on in your time in the legislature and in this committee is addressing the issue that your language, I think it was very not only appropriate, but kind of illustrative of the concept that you've just been speaking about, that so-called barn door situation where the statute says the commissioner shall write rules. That's it, which meant that and that we had a lot of rules like that where the commissioner had blanket authority. And the agency really, in many cases, does not like that because it exposes them entirely. Whatever the commissioner comes up with is now the law, and because rules, as you've been saying, Doug, it has the force of law. And now the commissioner has created a whole structure based on that blanket authority. Well, it's an invitation to overreach, and so we've been undoing a lot of situations where it's not that blanket, because if it is that way, we're stuck with that. But to get the rule making much more specific along in the lines of what you've been talking about, so that they do not have blanket authority and no barn doors. But it's important for the committee to understand that as well. Thank you.
That was one of the accomplishments of the 2011-12 legislature. Representative Schmidt and I put in the requirements for a lot of cases of broad rulemaking authority, including the entire state Medicaid program, which had been under the commissioner of HHS's blanket authority to implement the purpose of this chapter. But we the two of us, and with some help from other committee members, wrote the requirements for the Medicaid program, what the agency had the authority to do. And I'm actually very proud of that accomplishment. All right, thank you for the interruption.
Well, I think those were some very excellent points. And I think it's also good to point out, as you've done, Representative McGuire, that even when you give the agencies authority, it's not all or nothing. You can set parameters around that. And then also that list on the previous page there, if you intend an agency to say be able to collect fees or a social security number because of an application, you might have to put that in there. And so that sort of general language might not get the job done. Excuse me. In addition to the limitations that are in statute, there's also limitations on rulemaking authority in the JLCAR rules themselves. And just real quickly, there's, I mentioned this before, but statutory authority is needed to create categories or level of a license or fee system. Though if there is authority for fees, fees may be charged for different services. Authority needed for subpoena power. There's been talk about Department of Education and their subpoena power for the last few years, and that keeps coming up over and over. They would need the statutory authority to issue a subpoena. To require continuing education for professional licenses, however, if a committee gives a board, we'll use Board of Medicine again, authority to set the requirements for renewal of that license, they can set education requirements as part of the renewal. So that's kind of a splitting hairs thing that you'd have to take a look at each and every time. Liability insurance for licensees, and then it adds a little bit more to the prohibition on collecting social security numbers and creates an exemption for purposes of preventing criminal acts such as fraud or to identify tax or criminal records. And then I mentioned this earlier, but even though rules carry the force of law, they are not law, and if they conflict with a statute, the statute is going to trump the rule every single time. And then specific authorization is required to incorporate any reference by code, rule, or document from another state government. A good example of that is State Board of Education, and they have the ability to promulgate rules for recertification of teachers, but they can also do that based on another state's procedures or other states' professional development if it's approved by the New Hampshire Department of Education. So that would be an example of specific statutory language allowing Department of Education to use another state's criteria if approved. More limitations on rulemaking authority. This is a big one. I used the picture in Boston Tea Party. It's in a mood. Administrative rules are subject to the prohibition against unfunded state mandates to political subdivisions. And this is something that agencies have to attest to every single time they promulgate a rule. They are not allowed to increase the costs for political subdivisions to rule.
The blanket exemption to that is if the municipality has freely adopted a program, say a transfer station or whatever, then by that act and funding it, they are considered to consent to minor changes to the requirements. So that's the biggest loophole we've got.
Yeah, there's a couple of cases. I think the most recent and maybe impactful is that City of Concord case, and they do talk about in that case, sort of like if it's a new role or responsibility, if it should be the role or responsibility of the municipality, and they gave it up to the state and are now required to take it back, if there's just a changing in funding. So there's a lot that goes on in that analysis, but that's a constitutional question. I'm not going to get into it too much today.
Representative Pearson, you've got to.
Well, yeah, there's another thing too with 28A in the sense of consent, right? So if a political subdivision agrees to do something, then the 28A procedure is now different. So that is where there needs to be some discretion when those that are willing to consent to something or enter into something at the state level now have to understand that once they've consented to be part of that, whatever it is, that they've now can't turn around and go, whoa, hold on, 28A. Well, wait a minute, you've consented to be part of this, and 28A is out the window, and we have multiple court cases to affirm the fact that that is how things go. So it's just a word of caution for those that jump into something that don't think about the fact that you've surrendered some safeguards when it comes to 28A.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes. And then on top of the requirements prescribed by the legislature for the agencies to adopt, there's also blanket language that requires agencies to adopt, which you'll typically see in rules, the 100s, the 200s, those chapters. Organizational rules, those are your 100s, those contain your purpose statements, those types of things. And rules for practice and procedure tend to be in your 200s. That's where you're going to see your disciplinary proceedings, your adjudicative proceedings, appeals. You're going to see the rulemaking process laid out. in those 200s. You're going to see waiver language for the rules in those 200s. And an important thing to point out too is in the 100s and 200s do not expire. Other rules expire after 10 years. The 100s and 200s do not expire unless something happens either to the agency or there's a change. But they can be in effect essentially in perpetuity. And then again, waivers, any agency may waive its own rule, but they must have a procedure in place in rule about how that is done. And again, those are going to pop up in your 200s most of the time. So then once a bill is passed, it's signed by the governor, it goes into effect, and then it becomes the agency's responsibility to actually promulgate the rules. And those procedures for the adoptions of rules is governed by RSA 541A5 through A14. That's sort of for regular rulemaking, and then there's additional requirements. There can be emergency rules, there can be interim rules that are in play only for a short time. There are a lot of moving parts to this, but in general, once the legislative branch has given the authority to the executive branch now has the obligation to bring those rules forward. It's a very simple process that looks something like this. So, we're actually on Friday going to be giving another presentation specifically to the jail car, and that's going to have a little bit more detail on the rule writing process specifically. I thought for today, since you're going to be creating the laws, giving that authority, that would be the focus. It is a little bit of a complicated process. There's a lot of moving parts. There's actually 6 different types of rulemaking that can occur, each with their own sort of different deadlines and standards and requirements that have to be met. But for your basic rule, you can simplify it down to essentially these 5 steps. And remember, there's a million moving parts in each of these steps. But essentially, an agency is going to file with OLS, that's us, the initial proposal of the rules they intend to adopt, and that includes a fiscal impact statement. A fiscal impact statement is sort of the impact of the rule would have on costs, either to other agencies or to licensees or whoever they might be in the public, or a change in rule, or if the rule had been expired and they're going to be promulgated again anew, you could compare it to the old rule. The LBA does the fiscal impact statements and they provide them to us. Agency is required to hold a public hearing and they receive comment on public testimony. Then after that, the agency modifies the rules based on stakeholder input. That can look very different. I have had rules where I've had 100 people show up and we've taken testimony for hours and hours at these public hearings. I've seen public testimony in the hundreds where you've had to distill it down to 100 pages where you might have duplicative testimony. And I've had public hearings where absolutely nobody shows up and I wait around for half an hour and then I put a note to the jail car that nobody came. Then after the agency has modified the rules, they submit a final proposal. They might need an additional fiscal impact statement if there's significant change to the rules. And then that final proposal is what is presented to the JLCAR, the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, made up of both members of the House and members of the Senate.
I'd like to comment that when they are preparing the initial proposal that's the most useful time to comment. Every week you will receive an email notice of the rulemaking register, which lists the proposals that are in the process at that stage. And it tells you why they're doing the rule and the text of the rule, and the why the rule also includes how to comment and who to comment to, when the public hearing is, and what the period for written testimony is. If you would, open that up and look at it. There may be some rules you know from your previous life. If you're a real estate agent, say, and you've got rules from the real estate board, you should look at it. If you've built a house, you should look at things about the plumber's board or whatever. Take a look at it, or if you are not an expert, you may just send a general comment, Or what I found useful is send it to some friends who really do know the subject. I've got a couple of contractors I've dealt with, and I send them everything that might possibly deal with that. And because the trouble with most of the analysis of the rules is that we all aren't in the dirt. We don't understand the details. Something that looks perfectly fine on paper may get all the actual people involved in a screaming fury because it's outrageous. And you won't know it unless you're familiar with it. So spread that to more people that you know and ask them to comment. And the written comment is nearly as good as going to the public hearing. As Doug said, lots of times nobody shows up, or it's at an inconvenient time. But they do pay attention to public comment. So please do. Okay.
I think that's an excellent point. And the other thing an agency can do, and I know I have done this in the past when I was with the executive branch, is actually put out a notice that says we are going to submit an initial proposal and solicit that feedback and see if you can get buy-in before you ever even start with the formal rulemaking process. It can be very, very helpful, especially when you're looking for subject matter experts. The other thing is when an initial proposal comes in, that comes along with a public notice. And one thing that OLS, Rebecca, myself, will do is we will review that notice to make sure it's sufficient, but it has to identify the specific statutory authority that gives the agency rulemaking authority. It has to identify the specific statutes that the rules are intended to implement, because that might be different from the rulemaking authority itself. And it has to give enough detail so that the public, when they saw that notice, is going to know what's going on when the agency is doing new rulemaking. And if it doesn't meet those requirements, we will kick it back to the agency and we will not put it in the registrar until they sort of get their ducks in a row. So once it's gone,
Oh, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you to weigh in a little bit. One of the issues that we have come across in this committee over the years is with regard to pharmacies, especially compounding pharmacies. I don't know whether we have one operating in New Hampshire right now. I believe we do, but I'm not familiar with how many and the specifics. But anyway, some of us who've been around for a while, or members of the public who are paying attention, probably remember the situation down in Massachusetts about 10 years ago with one of the compounding pharmacies that was guilty of pretty gross neglect of their requirements and so forth. And they did put some stuff together that I think they killed a couple of people, as a matter of fact, with some of the stuff that came out. And they got shut down. This was about 10 years ago. But to the degree that we have compounding pharmacies, obviously they have to be under the purview of the state government to inspect them on a regular basis and so forth. Make sure that they're not guilty of the kind of incompetence or negligence that they were doing at this New England, I think it was called, something like that, that wound up harming the general public. And so that's something that we all need to be aware of with regard to compounding pharmacies, but also generally. So maybe you want to comment on that.
I don't know if I can speak specifically to the compounding, but I do think it goes back to sort of the delegation of power there. And then if you're going to give an agency the authority to promulgate rules around compounding and facilities that can do that, you also need to, it may be a good idea, I can't say need, maybe a good idea to include some sort of inspection requirements right there in statute. And if you remember, one of those prohibitions on rulemaking without explicit authority is the ability of an agency to just go into a place. So you do need specific statutory authority to inspect without the other side's consent. So that's an excellent point.
Well, there's a modern kind, a relatively new kind of drug that's out there called biologics. Okay, and there are three ways that those can be administered. The most expensive one and most restrictive is in the hospital itself, and most of our big hospitals have a compounding pharmacy section in on their premises, but that is expensive, and so many hospitals have a secondary facility that has to be like 300 yards away or something like that. Otherwise, they fall under the billing requirements of the hospital. So there, you possibly have a relative or a loved one that has getting some kind of infusions, and they typically will go to such a separate facility. But
Representative Schmidt, this is really fascinating, but it's kind of straying from the topic.
well, but I had to give you a little bit of background, and that's the third way. Is some people, of course, are very immobile and can't get anywhere, and those people, they can have a nurse that comes to their premises and sets up their sterile area and so forth. So they require special training to be able to do that. And this committee had a bill a couple of years ago where we had a subcommittee where we, so that's the kind of thing that I think we have to be aware of. If you have a relative that has that kind of need, that capability exists, but it's very carefully restricted to people with special training. So thank you.
I think that's an excellent point too, and I think it goes back to really the necessity of subject matter experts, right? So we're here at OLS, we have a bunch of staff attorneys, but if you put a pharmacy rule in front of us, we may be able to tell you, here's the statutory authority, here's the statute it's going to implement, but we might not have the pharmaceutical expertise. So when you're drafting that language, speak to your constituents, your stakeholders, get that subject matter expertise, both before and after rulemaking has begun. But once the rulemaking is complete and that final proposal has been submitted, then it goes to GELCAR for review. And the GELCAR's primary duty, excuse me, is to review proposed and previously adopted rules. That's GELCAR Rule 102.03. All of the stuff here today is available on the GenCourt website. And if that said resources that was supposed to be deleted, it was too long, we can reach out. I have cards with me today and I can help people find whatever they need. But pursuant to 541A, the APA, this is, again, a very simplified version. There's different versions of approvals. There's different versions of objections. But essentially, it comes down to the GELCAR may approve the rule, and then an agency may adopt. They may object to the rule. An agency may still adopt a rule over GELCAR's objection. And you'll see it says presumptive validity and no presumptive validity. And the difference there is that if the GELCAR approves the rule and the agency adopts and the agency gets sued, the rule is presumed valid in court. If the GELCAR objects and the agency adopts over that GELCAR, the burden switches and the agency now has to demonstrate that it is a valid rule. They do not have that presumption anymore. And then the other thing the GELCAR can do, and this will prevent an agency from adopting, is to introduce a joint legislation, essentially a bill that's going to change the statutes. And there's all sorts of timelines and rules about when that has to happen, whether they're in session, whether you're out of session, those kind of things. But it's way too specific and complicated for purposes of today. We
Yeah.
also haven't seen one of those in a few years at this point.
Yes,
6 or
but
7 years.
that's, the point is that a committee cannot take on the full function of the whole legislature. So GELCAR can approve, and it's assumed that everybody else in the legislature who would have commented agrees with the committee. But to stop the rule, the GELCAR has to get the approval and agreement of the rest of the legislature. And I think I've seen 4 of them.
Luckily, I've never had that happen to me. So, So the GELCAR review, and I think Representative McGuire, you just touched on this a little bit, but GELCAR is not a policy committee. And so they're not really reviewing the rule for whether they think it's good or it's bad. They're really reviewing the rule for whether it falls in line with the statute. And if they have the authority, and we have recently seen rules where Representative Leon made a speech specifically about this, a GELCAR or two ago. But the GELCAR does have grounds to object to a rule if it's proposed. One, if it's beyond the authority of the agency. These are the types of things that OLS staff are trying to identify and flag for members of the GELCAR. If it's contrary to the intent of the legislature, conflicts with statute, that doesn't necessarily mean the statute is trying to implement. We just saw potentially in the dental rules last GELCAR where the language in the proposed rule conflicted with the statute not listed in the notice because it wasn't trying to implement that statute. Now, that's not something we're necessarily going to catch every time, which is why subject matter experts are so important. And we had a lot of public testimony on that. If it's determined not to be in the public interest, that could be the agency didn't necessarily take into account public testimony, but it could also be things like clarity, if it's ambiguous language, or if there's an inability to apply the language uniformly among the people it falls under. If it's deemed by the committee to have a substantial economic impact not recognized in the fiscal impact statement, that's again a fiscal impact caused by the rule and not necessarily the statute. And that's where if rules change between the IP and FP stage, we might require an agency to go back out and get another fiscal impact statement from the LBA. And then for interim rules, which is another special kind of rule, if the rule doesn't meet the requirements to implement the rule. Interim rules have, I believe, 5 categories. 5 categories, some number of categories, limited number of categories for which you can do an interim rule. One you might see is if the rule expired, rather to shorten the time where an agency is without a rule, they might do an interim rule, or if there's a legislative change, it's just a quicker little temporary, because an interim rule only lasts 180 days, not 10 years. So it's sort of a quick fix Band-Aid while you work on regular rulemaking. And then after final action by the GELCAR, be it approval, be it objection, assuming there's no blanking on the term, joint resolution, the agency may adopt a rule. The rules will go into effect at 12:01 the day following the filing with the OLS, unless they specifically identify another effective date in their adoption letter. Most rules, again, are valid for 10 years. There are exceptions, such as emergency and interim rules. And then again, it needs to be stressed, adopted rules carry the weight of law and are binding on the persons they affect. So there's just a few things to just think about. We've kind of touched upon a lot of them today. When you're drafting legislation, things to keep in mind. Is the language clear enough that the agency will understand the intent? We talked about drafting language with specificity, but you can also sort of finagle things so you can have given agencies sort of general powers, but within a very narrow scope. A good example might be appeals. You might say the agency can promulgate rules to do whatever they need to do to have this appeal process work. But so that's very broad language, but with a very limited scope. So when you're drafting legislation, you know this as well as I do, it's more art than science, but you have to be careful. Is it specific enough also to avoid unintended consequences? You may accidentally cut an agency off at the knees and not allow them to do something that you intended them to be able to do, or the other way, you never intended an agency to promulgate a rule of a certain kind, but the plain language gives them that authority. And so that might require a legislative change. Sometimes we don't figure those things out until it's a GELCAR and we identify that. One of the things we will do at OLS staff too is make recommendations if we find, say, conflicting statutes. We'll do a statutory analysis. A whole bunch of work goes into that, but we might make the recommendation for a legislative change down the road. Is the legislation going to impact currently existing rules? Excuse me. Will the legislation require an agency to write new or amend existing rules? Are you transferring power or authority? And that's another one. Which agency will have rulemaking authority? Again, I'm using OPLC as an example because it's really one of the more nuanced that I've seen. I'll use that term. But you have like the OPLC versus the professional licensing boards. And when I used to have to testify on behalf of the OPLC, sort of my tagline was, you know, OPLC controls the process, the boards control the criteria. So the OPLC might control how an application is submitted. I'll use the Board of Medicine as an example. Again, they might set the criteria for what it takes to be licensed as a doctor in the state. And then there's an interesting one, 28421V, which is a child support. It's got HHS components and it's got lottery commission components. And it's essentially, if someone is out of compliance with paying child support, HHS can notify lottery, lottery can take lottery winnings and redirect them. It's an interesting statute to read because it's buried in the lottery statute, but it also has HHS rulemaking components. So that's the kind of thing, you know, it might be difficult for a new HHS attorney to know that even exists. So just sort of thinking about that, parsing it out to really make sure roles and responsibilities are clear is helpful on both sides, I think, both for the agency and then the JELCAR when those rules are brought forth. So that's and just quick who we are. We're a very small team. There's myself, the director, Christina Muniz, who will be doing the presentation at JELCAR on Friday, is our senior attorney. Kim, Rebecca, our committee attorney. Scott Eaton is the former director. 2 directors ago, he does some part-time work for us. And then we have some administrative staff who takes care of publishing the agendas, the registries, doing proofings for rules, those types of things. Danielle and Cheryl. So a small little group, and we work well together and we get things done. So we've got a couple minutes left. We shot for an hour. We're right around there. Of course.
Say your name.
It's at the top of that page.
I know. But
The old standby. I can spell it too. Osterhout. Osterhout. Yes, sir. I say O-S-T-E, you know, pronounced exactly like it's spelled, except for the silent letters. That show crushed for a while, and then I think I overused it, and committee members who had heard it, so I had to lay off. But now that we've got some new members on committees, I'm going to roll it back out for a
Thank
little
you
while.
for the break.
Yeah.
All right, are there any questions? All right. One of the reasons to have this briefing is not just to learn a little bit about something that's not in most people's experience, but also to meet the people and know the faces. And you can always consult with them if you're writing a bill or working on a bill with rulemaking authority. They will be very glad to help you because the better the legislation, the easier it is for everybody in rulemaking.
Thank
Representative
you.
Sellers?
Yeah, a question I have is, if you're creating a bill and you don't actually mention rules, can rules still be added?
Normally not.
Yeah, I was going to say no. Typically not.
The statute would specifically have to reference rules under 541A. That's the language we look for to see if they have rulemaking authority. And as mentioned before, also specifying who has that rulemaking authority. If neither of those are present, then it's assumed that no rules can be made under that statute.
You just have to be careful because if you're sticking a paragraph in a section that has rulemaking authority at the top for the whole section, you might have it there, but just think about it.
And I think that's an excellent point because sometimes with rulemaking authority, you'll look at, say, Board of Medicine's Practice Act. They will have a section that specifically says rulemaking authority. It will have a list, but sometimes in bills, rulemaking authority is carved out. It's not put in that rulemaking authority section. It's down in other language, so we kind of have to go digging for it. But the agency should be flagging it for us when those notices come in, because we have to track it down, and we won't let that notice go through if if they don't have the authority. I do also want to point out I have some business cards, so if anybody wants to take one before I leave, so you can reach out to us.
Okay. Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the committee's knowledge, this committee constitutes one of the pools of potential appointees to the GELCAR, because at some point, some of us will be gone. And therefore, replacements typically are drawn from EDNA because we have 5 regular members from the House, but also 4 or 5 alternates, and they're almost always from EDNA.
Yes, and we use the alternates to see if they like it and if they're able to deal with the process. So if you survive being an alternate, then you are very likely to be appointed to GELCAR. And I've noticed that once you've been appointed to GELCAR, it's very difficult to get off. So watch for it, guys. Representative Tebow?
Yes, so if a statute comes forward that would repeal a certain agency's rulemaking authority in a certain regard, would the existing rules in place be repealed as well?
So it sort of depends. A few things could happen. One, the statute could include address the rulemaking authority and the rules specifically. I've seen that before where it says the rules are in place until such and such happens, at which time they're no longer valid. And then I believe there's also, if say authority switches from one agency to another, there's a 1-year natural expiration after that. So the rules, there's enough time, a window sort of to keep them open, so we're not completely without rules, but they're not going to last forever. So it kind of make sure the agency takes action. But it is something to consider when you maybe restructure agencies or do those kinds of things. What's going to happen to the rulemaking authority? Who's going to have it? What's going to happen to the existing rules? And Representative McGuire actually shared the language that we used at OPLC to capture just that kind of thing when some of the authority was transferred from the boards to the office.
Yes. If you are doing something like that, if you don't specifically address what to happen to the rules, you can assume whatever you like least will happen. Representative Pearson.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to jump up on that a little bit, if you were to remove the rulemaking authority from an agency, would now the entire way they operate fall under the requirements of the legislature to come up with, because they don't have the ability to do it themselves?
If the agency doesn't have the rulemaking authority, it's probably advised for the legislature to put that in statute. Yes.
All right, any other questions? All right. Thank you. And the committee will resume at 1 o'clock with, 1:30 for a presentation by the retirement system and another question and answer period. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. Welcome to ED&A, and please introduce yourself, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Jan Goodwin. I'm the Executive Director of NHRS. We want to thank you for the opportunity to come here and present this information to you. I'd like to introduce my staff who are with me today. On my right is Marie Mullen, our Chief Financial Officer. And to my left is our Chief Investment Officer, Reynald Levesque. Also,
Are there names in here?
no, they aren't.
Our clerk would very much having that. And
Okay,
probably the rest of us too, because we may need to speak with you in the
Please
future.
go through your names and titles again.
Gladly. My apologies for not including that. We'll be sure to include that the next time. My name is Jan Goodwin. I'm the Executive Director. To my right is Marie Mullen, NHRS's Chief Financial Officer. And to my left is Reynald Levesque, NHRS's,
Reynald?
yes, Raynald. And his last name is Levesque, Leveque.
Are you sure there's no S's in there?
I am positive.
All right. And
It's not purely the French spelling.
Okay, and what's his title?
He's our Chief Investment Officer. So he's the really important person here.
Thank you. I'm done my interruptions.
We're a little bit silly because it was lunch. It didn't kill a few minutes.
Oh, okay, you're feeling your oats. Well, we're here. Please stop us at any time if you have any other questions. Also in the audience is Diana Crichton from our legal staff. She's our hearing officer. She's here as an educational opportunity to see what happens at House ED&A. So
I should
believe-
warn you that we have a large number of new members, so that there may be more questions than usual.
Well, we will do our best to answer all of them, and if we don't have the answer to a question you're posing, we will get back to you as soon as possible.
There's one more question. Who's the Marty Carlin?
We are still looking for a Marty Carlin. Yeah. That's yes, they are big shoes to fill, but we are looking high and low. So before you should all have a presentation that looks like this. And now I'm on page 2. We're going to be covering a broad range of topics this afternoon. And you can see what they all are. And as I said earlier, please feel free to stop us at any time with any questions. I'm now on page 3 of the presentation. NHRS was established in 1967 and is a contributory multi-employer defined benefit plan. We provide retirement, disability, and death benefits, as well as a post-retirement medical subsidy to eligible members and beneficiaries. Once members attain eligibility, they can receive a guaranteed lifetime pension. The pension benefits are funded through employee and employer contributions and investment income. Historically, investment returns have provided the majority of the funding for those pension benefits. And this is typical of most public pension plans. The higher the funded ratio, which is something I'll talk about a bit later, the higher the portion of the benefits that are provided by investment returns. On the next page, NHRS is a component unit of state government, but is very different from most other state agencies. We are not funded by the general fund. We are overseen by a board of trustees. The current makeup on the board is shown on page 43. And in addition to the board of trustees and the independent investment committee, both of those groups serve as fiduciaries. You, the legislature, are our plan sponsor. NHRS staff implements the statute, rules, and policies, and in addition to following New Hampshire state law, we also have to follow the Internal Revenue Code because we want to maintain our status as a qualified pension plan. A lot of the words I'm going to use are terms of art. And so what a qualified pension plan is, that's a plan that the members can make pre-tax contributions into. The monies in the plan earn investment income, but are only taxed to those members when they begin to receive a benefit or their beneficiary receives a benefit. And so we always want to make sure that we're on the right side of the Internal Revenue Service and maintain our qualified plan status. Also important is the New Hampshire Constitution, especially Article 36A, which protects that our funds are for the exclusive purpose of providing benefits. And it requires the board to certify employer rates based on sound actuarial practice. And it also requires that the employers who participate in our plan to pay the rates that have been certified by the board. These constitutional provisions help ensure that NHRS remains on the path to 100% funding. Now on page 5, the NHRS trustees have a fiduciary obligation to ensure that the plan is adequately funded. The equation below underlies and applies to all pension plans. The contributions plus the investment income need to be in balance with the benefit payments and the expenses. And this equation must balance in the long term. It relies on one of Albert Einstein's most important conclusions. The compounding of interest is the eighth wonder of the world, and that's what makes pension plans work. The contributions come in, earn investment income that compounds over time, and by the time members are ready to retire, there are sufficient assets to pay their benefits. As of June 30, 2024, we had $12.3 billion in investments. As of the end of November, we had $12.6 billion in investments. I'm now on page 6. This is a graph that shows how our assets have changed over time. They continue to grow, and we are on a good trajectory. Now on page 7, yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So this footnote here, note 2010 was the start of 30-year amortization of unfunded liability. Can you explain that just a touch more for those of us who are new?
Gladly. Madam Chair, members of the committee, Representative DeVries, that's a very important question, and we'll be coming back to that point at many times during the presentation.
The main point is that in 8, 9, 10, 11, we made a lot of changes to the retirement system, and we did establish a 30-year recovery plan.
Okay, but and I'll back up a little bit more. As I said, we'll be using lots of terms of art here. Unfunded liability is an actuarial term, and it is the difference between the actuarial accrued liability, what is the present value of all of the benefits that our members have earned and are expected to be paid in the future, and the actuarial value of assets. The actuarial value of assets is different from the fair market value of assets. The fair market value of assets, which I just mentioned, it was $12.3 billion on June 30, 2024. What actuaries like to do is they like to smooth assets over a 5-year period so that no one good year of performance or one bad year of performance has a dramatic impact on the condition of the plan. And so back, as the chair noted, there was a significant unfunded liability in 2010. It was approximately a little bit over $5 billion. And rather than try to pay that all off at once, which I think we all know that the state of New Hampshire doesn't have the assets to do that, the legislature decided on a plan to amortize that unfunded liability over a 30-year period. And
Editorial comment is that they chose the longest possible period of amortization and the method of amortization that provided the lowest initial cost, as you would expect for most of our other financial plans.
but
We
when
are paying it off.
Oh, we are, exactly. And in 2017, when it was decided that we needed to amortize any additional unfunded liabilities that were generated in 2017 or later, those liabilities, those gains or losses, depending upon what happened in that period, those will all be amortized over a closed 20-year amortization period.
We learned a little.
Does that make sense? As much as it can.
Yes, and thank you.
Okay.
There are 2 tiers. Or multiple tiers. Could be multiple.
Madam Chair, for the sake of folks at home, show
John,
John how
would
to
you-
run his microphone.
Forget it.
I don't want to steal all of my thunder, but towards the end of the presentation, there will be a chart which explains the different tiers of the amortization. Okay. Page 7. Things have been very busy.
Yes.
Just to clarify, the method of amortization was issuance of bonds or some other vehicle?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Representative.
Good luck.
Oh, Slakia. It is being paid off through essentially employer contributions. And when we have a discussion later on the employer contributions and how they are calculated, you'll see that.
Yes, we did not bond it. We basically took out a lien against every employer, which is the municipalities and the state itself. Yes.
Also, too, where your brain's going, the Senate did attempt to bond it and was told by the IRS and the federal government that we cannot do that. So there was an attempt by
Some members of the legislature.
by the senator out of Manchester to look at actually bonding that, but we just can't do it. So it's not an avenue.
Okay. So what we've been working at most recently at NHRS is we've been doing a huge pension application upgrade, our Pension Gold version 3. We have made updates to the strategic asset allocation plan. We continue to take cybersecurity very seriously and are constantly enhancing and training our employees. We've continued to enhance the education efforts for our members, employers, and the general public. We now have a new 5-year strategic plan for the investment office. And we've also enhanced our efforts to increase the number of members using My Account, which is our online portal for members, when we now have over 30,000 users on that platform. On page 8, I will now turn things briefly over to CFO Marie Mullen to update you on some initiatives in her area. Thank you.
Yes, you don't really need to read the charts because there is a literacy test to join the committee.
Okay.
And we just want you to give us the highlights and your opinions because that's a much more effective way to present the data.
Absolutely. We wanted to provide an update in the finance area because during the implementation, some of you may have had requests from employers or heard things about it. So we wanted to kind of update you on what we've done to address some of the employer concerns, some of the areas that we identified improvements that needed to occur. So this slide outlines some of those. Some of it was a structural change internally, where we have now assigned our employer reporting specialist to a specific employer for the city, town, municipality, school district, and they have one person to deal with. Previously, they could be dealing with multiple folks. There would be confusion, repetition of problems. So we've addressed that, and we've assigned one individual person to work with them, from reporting to cash collection to reconciliation of their accounts. That has received very good feedback and has been well received by the employers. We also conducted listening sessions to hear the problems that they were having. What was missing? What reports did they need? So we identified some of that through the employer sessions. We have produced enhancements within the system. We have created new reports to assist the employers. So we wanted to provide that information as well. Over the past year, we've done some of those things as well. And we are looking at automating and streamlining much of our processes related to cash receipts. And then on the finance like investment side, we are also looking at automation and transparency related to our investment management fees, and being able to break those out more individually to the manager, and being able to see the performance from our managers based on the fees more proactively. So these are just some of the areas in the finance side that we've been improving on. We wanted to bring to the committee's attention in case you were hearing feedback from any of your constituents. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jen.
Okay, now on page 9. For many years, NHRS has been a tenant in commercial real estate. Our current lease expires in March of 2026, and we need to provide notice of renewal or not to our landlord by May of 2025. So we decided to take this as an opportunity to see if there would be another more cost-effective space from which we could house our staff and provide member service. So we followed a very deliberate process. The board chair appointed 4 members to an ad hoc real estate committee, and 5 staff members, including the 3 of us, were selected to support their work. We worked with a broker, Cushman & Wakefield, to review lease and purchase options in central New Hampshire. And then after we took a total cost of occupancy approach and considered all the costs of renting versus owning to make an informed decision. And after a comprehensive review of the different options, the board approved us to enter into a contract for purchase. Since then, we've engaged in a very thorough due diligence. We've done a site assessment, building condition, and title search, and no material exceptions were discovered. Page 8 summarizes the current situation. We're in a lease space in Concord over on 54 Regional Drive. And our new premises will be just north of here, over in the Horseshoe Pond. We're purchasing a 3-story building, which, as you can tell, has very easy access to the different highways that go through this area. So it'll be very convenient for our members. It's a 32,000 square foot building. The purchase price is $5 million, and we expect to close in March. And we've not yet determined a move date. Page 11. This walks you through some of the significant developments since 2007. As noted earlier, in 2010, the 30-year amortization of the unfunded liability begins. That's what UAAL stands for. And what has impacted to a great degree the unfunded liability is the different changes we've had to our rate of return. You can see that happened in 2011, 2016, and 2020. And for those of you who are finance people, you know that when you lower the discount rate, the present value becomes higher. And so every time we lowered our assumed rate of return, our unfunded liability increased. Page 12. The next few pages outline different benefit changes since 2020, and they generally fall into two different categories. In ad hoc inflation protection for retirees and beneficiaries, as well as the restoration of Group 2 benefits that were reduced in 2011. So the change in 2020 for the one-time COLA affected both Group 1 and Group 2. Further down on that page, there was a one-time temporary temporary supplemental allowance for some retirees, and that affected Group 1 and Group 2. Page 13 was a change. The first one from 2023 was a change to the Group 2 benefits to restore part of the benefits that were reduced in 2011. And then on lower down on that page, that bill augments the benefit for Group 1 members by pushing out the date at which the benefit reduction takes place. So it's now aligned with the full retirement age under Social Security. Before it had been age 65. Page 14 shows benefit changes that's from 2024. The one on this page is a new benefit for eligible Group 2 members. Page 15, another temporary supplemental allowance, which benefits both Group 1 and Group 2 members. And this TSA, temporary supplemental allowance, was paid in the months of November and December to the eligible retirees and beneficiaries. Page 16 is more legislation from 2024. This bill only affected Group 2 members and was also another attempt to restore benefits that were reduced in 2011. As you can see, there's been a large volume of benefit-related legislation in the past few years, and I doubt that this year will be any exception. Page 17. New Hampshire retirement system membership covers a broad range of public employees throughout New Hampshire. We divide our members into two groups. The first one is Group 1, which covers the employees and the teachers. So the employees, that includes state employees, city and county employees as well. Group 2 are the police and fire employees. We have 468 participating employers. The single largest exception to NHRS membership is the City of Manchester employees. However, we do cover their teachers, police, and fire employees. Page 18 shows you how many of our members are in each of the group. We have the employees and the teachers are the Group 1, police and fire are Group 2, so you can see for yourselves how many members of the different categories we have, as well as some other high-level demographic information. Page 19, we crossed an important threshold in fiscal year 2024. It was the first year in which we paid $1 billion in pension benefits to our retirees and beneficiaries. And over that same time, we paid close to $40 million in post-retirement medical subsidy to the eligible retirees and beneficiaries. And the reason why that $1 billion is so important, 80% of our retirees and beneficiaries remain here in New Hampshire, and these payments have a significant impact on the local economies throughout New Hampshire. Page 20, this is a graphic so you can see how much of the benefits go into each of the different New Hampshire counties. Page 21 is a description of the different types of benefits we have. We have 4 different types of retirement. There are different benefit provisions that apply to our Group 1 and our Group 2 members. And there's also different benefits provisions that are applied based on the vested status and the date of hire. We now have 3 tiers of members as a result of the 2011 changes. Page 22. As you can see from the numbers on this page, NHRS pays modest benefits to our members. You'll see that there's that the Group 2 members have, on average, have higher benefits, but you have to remember that our Group 2 members do not participate in Social Security. And also note that none of our plans include automatic cost of living adjustments. Page 23 shows the distribution of benefits. Approximately 2/3 of our members retire with a benefit that's less than $25,000 a year. And very few, only 2%, have a benefit that's greater than $75,000 per year. Page 24. As wonderful as COLAs are to retirees and beneficiaries, they are very expensive. If they are not pre-funded through a legislative appropriation, they will increase the unfunded liability and will increase the employer contributions in order to pay them off over time. Page 25. The member contributions are set by statute. The employees in the different groups pay different contribution rates. The employer contributions are certified by the trustees on a biennial basis, and the timeline for this process is shown on page 52. And this slide makes note of a subsidy to local employers for the contributions that they pay. There was one in 2022, and this year there's also similar legislation that's being considered. Page 26, contributions and funding. Every 2 years, NHRS has our actuary do a detailed actuarial valuation, and they calculate the funding status, which is what's known as our funded ratio. That's the metric that many plans use to assess how well they are doing on their funding. What that is, it's the value of the actuarial accrued liability divided by the actuarial value of assets. So it tells you how many cents per dollar are on hand to pay each dollar of benefits that will be paid in the future. And as a result of this valuation that's used to set our employer rates, which have to be sufficient. And every 4 years, we do an experience study. We just completed one in fiscal year 2024 that covered the prior 4 years. And when the actuaries do this, what they do is they lift up the roof of the car, the lid of the engine. I'm not a car person. And they look at every single assumption that goes into making the liabilities. They look at how long are the members supposed to live? At what age are they going to retire? How likely is any one member to terminate their benefit before they're eligible for terminate employment before they're eligible for a benefit? They look at mortality rates. They look at what's going on in the economy. Do they expect for future salary increases to be? And then one of the most important numbers is what do they think our assumed rate of return is going to be? We were very pleased with the 2023 experience study that they recommended keeping our annual rate of return at 6.75%. So that was a big relief to all of us. And I just want to also let you know that this year we're in the process of conducting an actuarial audit. So what that means is that we have our regular actuary that has worked with us for over 10 years. We have another actuary come in and essentially look over their shoulder. They review all the calculations they've made. They look at every assumption that the actuaries have made to see if they all are reasonable. And so it's basically getting a second opinion. And this is considered a best practice in government circles. It's recommended by the GFOA that pension plans do this every 5 years, and we were due. So we're having that done this year.
GFOA?
The Government Finance Officers Association. Now on page 27. Our employer contributions are comprised of these three components: the normal cost, that is directly related to what percent of an employee's salary do we have to withhold to pay their benefit in the future. Then there's the unfunded liability, which is the big gorilla in the room. And then there's also the medical subsidy, which is a closed benefit and it's funded on a pay-as-you-go rate. Page 28. This chart shows what percent of each of these components are in the contribution. As you can see, the overwhelming majority of the employer contribution goes towards amortizing the unfunded liability. And you can see that ranges from anywhere between 77.3% and 84.2%, depending upon which employee group we're talking about. And this chart also notes that the members' share of the normal cost, which they all pay in contributions, the actuarial convention is that all of the members' contribution rate is allocated to the normal cost of their benefit.
May I bring you back for a moment? The medical subsidy, does the term closed benefit mean this will end?
Yes, it does. It's for a finite group of people.
Representative Pearson?
Madam Chair, so for clarification, as an example, under the slide you're on 28, normal cost, looking at specifically Group 2 because of their lack of Social Security requirements that the cities and towns don't have to pay into. So if I'm reading this right, you're saying that the normal cost of operation, if we had no unfunded liability, for police would be 5.8 and fire would be 6.1%. Is that fair to say? If we had no pension debt at all, that's what it would cost to operate Group 2?
That's what it would cost to pay the employer share of the normal cost. The member contribution rates are on page 25.
Yeah.
And so you would have to add the member share plus the employer share to arrive at the total normal cost.
Do you have a normal cost for the employer?
That is the normal
Yes,
cost
I
for
do.
the
That's
employer.
this is the
That's
far
the-
left-hand column.
The
pension.
5.8 and the 6.10.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the employer normal cost. Okay, so what Social Security, refresh my memory, is 6.75%?
I think you've transposed the digits. I believe it's 7.65, and that also includes Medicare.
7.65 is what a municipality would pay in Social Security responsibility to the federal government for that. So with that being said, then what I'm reading here and what you're saying is it's cheaper to operate this system than if they were simply just on Social Security. For Group 2. If the-
Yes, because in the this pension system, the employers are paying 2/3 or so of the cost, whereas with Social Security, it's only about half.
I don't think that's what this says. That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, I mean, the
If it-
member share of the normal cost is between 66 and 74% of the total normal cost of providing the pension. So they're paying, for example, I'll use employees because the numbers are simpler. The employee pays 7%. The employer contributes 2.4%. That's right off the table.
Can you highlight that for me? Because I'm missing
Okay,
what it is.
the normal cost is what it would do to the pension if we had no debt.
Right. Are you on
Okay.
page 28, slide 28?
Right.
Okay.
And for an employee, it's 2.42% from the employer, and by statute, the employee pays 7%.
That's for group one.
for group one.
Yep.
For group two, I don't know, it's 11 or 12% roughly.
11.55 and 11.8. Yep.
Thank you. And the employer contribution is slightly more than half that. It's 5.8 and
Okay.
6.1.
Okay,
So
yeah,
the
right. Yep.
employees are paying the greatest share
Sure.
of their
Okay.
basic pension.
So what I was asking you, Director, is because group two, the employees that are group two, the municipalities are not contributing to Social Security. They're not. That's not a liability they have to meet. The operation of group two, the normal cost is less than simply just paying Social Security. That's what I'm trying to confirm here.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's
Yes. Okay. All right, because that's important to understand with the differences between group one and group two as to why group two exists. It's a financial benefit for the municipalities because because of the Federal Windfall Act, they don't have to pay in that 7.65% liability to the federal government. They can simply just operate under the normal costs you have listed to make that system work.
Yes, and for the benefit of new members, once we start paying down the liability so that that is not dominating the employer contributions, we require the employee contribution to go down so that it never exceeds the total employer contribution.
Right. That's a safeguard to prevent the municipalities from not paying. Yeah.
And anyway, that's to make it fairer, because right now the employees are paying a large part of their retirement because of bad decisions that were made in the 90s and so they're paying more than they ought to just for their pension, and so are the employers. The employers are paying a bigger share right now, but that in only 15 years or so, the employees will catch up and the employer rates will come down and they'll be starting to equilibrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 29. This chart compares the employer rates for fiscal years 24-25 as well as FY 26-27. Because of strong investment performance in recent years, we were able once again to reduce the employer contribution rates for the next biennium.
Which many towns and school districts have reported with glee.
Good. Page 30. As discussed earlier, both the board and our independent investment committee are fiduciaries and are responsible for oversight of different areas. The board approves the investment policy, including asset allocation, and sets the actuarial rate of return, and the board hires the investment consultant. In contrast, the IIC was created by the legislature in 2009, and the IIC recommends investment policy to the board. And the IIC is responsible for hiring and firing investment managers based on advice from the investment staff as well as our investment consultant. And the IIC also prepares annually a comprehensive annual investment report, which then gets approved by the board. And I will now turn things over to Reynald Levesque, our CIO, to walk you through information on our investments.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. On slide 31, you'll see an asset allocation of what's listed on our website. And one thing that you'll notice that's consistent with our discussion is really a move to make increased transparency across the plan. We regularly meet with all of our investment managers every quarter and more so as needed to determine if they're maintaining fidelity to their investment mandates that we hired them for. We take a long-term approach. 25 years is the horizon. Some typically are 15 to 20 years, but 25 years ensures that we are thinking about the long-term outcomes for the pension plan and for the beneficiaries and retirees. We manage risk and liquidity. That's something that we always are thinking about. And we strive to have a diversified portfolio to be able to achieve the investment income that is meeting the benefit payments that our executive director had mentioned earlier. What you see in a pie chart is a representation of our target, where we want to be, and what the actual allocation is. Obviously, this is dated. This is as of the last fiscal year, but the numbers are very similar.
Could I ask what the alternative investments are?
Yes. Madam Chair, representatives of the committee, Representative Leon. The investments that we make in alternatives are diversified across private equity, private credit, real estate today. This new asset allocation I'll go through that we made an update to last year incorporates infrastructure, which is a new asset class for the portfolio. So the alternatives would be all the major items: private equity, private credit, real estate, and we'll include infrastructure in the near future.
And I see, sorry, thank you. I see real estate's also a separate one within here as well.
Yes,
Thank you.
the real estate allocation, and the reason why it's broken out is because we hire an advisor to manage the real estate portion of our portfolio. That's Townsend Group. And so it's considered a manager, but they have full discretion on the investments there. That goes through the IIC and the Board of Trustees, but does not come through the investment team.
Thank you. I'll save the rest for later. I spent too much time on Wall Street to not have more questions.
Okay, but so that means that the alternative investments in the chart are the infrastructure, private credit, and private equity?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And so we are, Madam Chair, we are moving to a more a category that captures all the private investments in one section. What's depicted here is how we manage the assets.
Okay. Thank you. That's. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if you could break down the non-U.S. equity a little bit.
Non-U.S. equity in the portfolio is really, that's going to be combined. Right now, it just means investments or managers that we've hired to manage assets outside the U.S. Those managers tend to also allocate to the U.S. as well. So in our new asset allocation, we're moving to a global equity structure where we can acknowledge that managers that do invest in the U.S. and non-U.S. can exist in the same portfolio. And that allocation is around 16%. Today, and will be around the same amount in the new global equity structure.
So you're saying that the non-U.S. equity also includes global equity, which includes some U.S.
Yes, typically the managers, when they say non-U.S., typically have some investments in the U.S. And so we want to reflect that better in the portfolio by stating it as global equity, whereas you have the ability to do U.S., non-U.S.
It sounds like this chart is mixing your investment managers with the actual investments.
Yeah, when you look through it, Madam Chair, to answer your question, when you look through, you'll see we decompose it so that we can get better transparency as to what's happening there. The managers do have that mandate, and that's typical for a lot of other plans and managers that they do have the ability to invest in the U.S.
Thank you.
Some and others have the ability to invest in emerging markets, and so some people do break it out as U.S. developed and emerging. This is just the structure that we've historically used that we are endeavoring to make more transparent.
Representative Zlotzy.
Would it be fair to describe the various categories in the pie chart as strategies rather than assets, and then their portion being an asset allocated to that strategy, so that your target assets are those goals or are those the amount of dollars that are invested in each strategy? And is the actual representative of the assets within each of those strategies?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Representatives Slotgy.
Your guess is as good as mine.
To answer your question, you had a number of questions in there. So the ultimate allocation is really looking to endeavor to give us the exposure that we're looking for, which is non-U.S. exposure or exposure to investments outside the U.S. So that is the target that we're looking at, and that's the strategic asset allocation that you'll see referred to in the subsequent slides here. The managers that we hire, and you're correct in saying that they are strategies, and so they go for either a growth strategy or a value strategy, or a small cap or large cap, and that typically represents the larger companies in the economy or smaller companies in the economy. So they all are within this pie chart that we try to employ, and we try to structure that in a diversified manner to be able to spread out the risk, to not be concentrated in any one area or another. So you're absolutely right that these are strategies that we try to employ, but this is a very crude way of trying to capture that because it doesn't really detail that. But on our website, we do have the ability, you have the ability today to go through and look at, okay, private equity or private credit and see the managers that are in there to be able to denote the strategies and even bucket what strategies are they. Are they growth, are they buyout, growth capital, and so forth and so on.
Representative Zajac.
Are these charts the actual distribution? I don't know what the word strategy means. I when I looked at this initially, I thought this is how our assets are, our assets are divided. Now you've introduced this word strategy, and I don't know what that means.
Madam Chair, representatives of the committee.
Just go.
So yes, what you're not seeing here is the strategies so you're seeing just the top level, which is how we allocate the investments between U.S. or domestic equity, non-U.S. equity, fixed income. And so beneath that, there are individual strategies for each one of those that are part of how we've always invested.
I think after the general presentation, we'll let the economists go off on a separate side meeting.
Sounds like a subcommittee.
Representative Dargy.
Roughly, what percent of your assets are in cash or liquid investments? They're kind of buried in each one of these categories, but would you say you have a large amount of cash or a small amount of cash, or can you comment on that?
Madam Chair, representatives of the committee, Representative Dargy. Yes. So in this chart, we don't denote cash, where we try to keep cash as low as possible. Our target allocation for cash is 0%, but we keep cash and liquidity for capital calls. So it varies between 1% and 2% historically. And so that's the amount of cash that we keep, but we try to keep the target 0. So we try to keep the money invested.
Follow up. So do you rely on the investment advisor to decide? Like, suppose someone is thinking that there's going to be a market correction and they say, let's dump some stocks and, put it into cash and then buy again later? Or do you just say, let's just own stuff and ride it out?
That's a great question. What we typically do is we work with our investment consultant to understand what's happening in the macroeconomic environment. So for in this case of 2020, when we had the COVID and the market tanked dramatically, a lot of portfolios and a lot of people didn't have an opportunity to sell. A lot of assets were distressed and were impaired. So what happened is that pattern came back and it went back up. And so you'll see a sharp rise in performance for 2020 and 2021. So we typically work with our investment advisor, we work with the committee, and the team does the work to be able to assess what should we do to protect the assets if there's something happening in the macroeconomic environment. For the most part, it's a long-term decision. It's not a short-term decision. And so we really are very deliberate and thoughtful about what do we want to do in those particular scenarios. But we do incorporate the work that we need to do. We do discuss that with the board and with the IIC and secure their advice and then make a thoughtful recommendation for action.
No. And the contributions from employers come in regularly throughout the year, and the pension payments are regular throughout the year. So that balances a lot of the cash.
What I can say, Madam Chair, is that we are long-term investors, and so we are projecting for the 25-year horizon. So there is volatility in the market, and we're always conscious of that. But we really strive to make thoughtful decisions to generate the outcomes in the 25-year period in perpetuity. The next slide on slide 32 details our investment returns for the 1, 3, 5, 10, and 25-year periods. What you'll notice that the returns are very strong across those time horizons, across volatility in the market. Has been a bumpy ride for the last 10, 15 years, but we are focused on the assumed rate of return, which is 6 3/4. And all of these are net of fee returns. So we're generating fees. I'm generating returns net of fees, and that's what matters. The next slide on slide 33 is a time series of our rate of returns. And so the intuition here for this slide is the blue bars that are above the line. And so the other goal of having a diversified portfolio is to strive for consistency in the returns and outcomes. And so it's not you're not going to win all the time. There are issues in 2012, 2015, and 16. If you remember back then, in 2012, we had the debt ceiling debate. The U.S. Standard & Poor's downgraded our treasury debt from AAA to AA. And so that was a time of turmoil in the market. Greece and Spain were going through issues, and at that time, Greece was going to be was close to leaving the EU. So that is the reason there. Other 2014, 2015 are low yield environments. If you remember that there were negative rates for Germany and Swiss deposits, slowdown in global growth, and so there are periods where it's been very volatile. But overall, the consistency and the shape of this is that the 5-year smoothing is above the line, which is what we're striving to do, is really generate strong, positive outcomes. Next slide, on slide 34, just looks at some of the performance that relative to our peers, as we look at other plans and how they're allocated, and happy to report that that performance is very strong. During a 15-year period, the investment made decisions, the IIC outperformed 84% of the peers that we measure ourselves. And this data comes from our consultant, Callan, our investment consultant, who's a general consultant for the plan. The peers are all large public funds and defined benefit plans. So quite strong performance. Last slide I'll walk you through is slide 35. And some of the work since I've joined the plan in 2 years ago, Maria, our Chief Financial Officer, has spoken about, is improving the transparency. And that's something that's very, very important. We are disclosing more information now, and NHRS has historically disclosed a lot of information about the plan, the investments, and so we're continuing to do that even more. We want to also be able to see the fees that the managers are charging, and so we want to be able to see what those are and disclose that. We also want to benchmark ourselves against other plans and make that information available. Our executive director talked about the strategic asset allocation that we just updated. And so we proposed the addition of infrastructure and private credit. And so those are two strategies we believe will be accretive to the portfolio going forward. It also allows us to reduce the risk overall. We'll still have exposure to global equity, but we want to move assets from global equity into infrastructure and private credit, which we believe will generate strong outcomes. We also developed a 5-year strategic plan for the investment office that calls for the recruiting and retention of investment talent, which is incredibly important for the work that we do. Investing in systems to be able to do the analysis. That's also something that's going to be very important for us to do, is to make that investment. And also transparency is the last bit I've already talked about. And so we have already adopted disclosing our proxy voting summary on our website. The materials for all the meetings are on our website. And also a dashboard that can disclose all of the investments that we've made is also available on the website, and it will be there every quarter going forward. So we're very proud of of that action. We'll continue to do more of that going forward. And with that, I yield back to our executive director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Levesque. I'm now on page 36 of the presentation. The actuarial rate of return is one of the most consequential decisions that the board makes. This rate is used to calculate the unfunded liability and affects the employer contribution rate. And let me just tell you a little bit about how we arrive at this rate. Our actuary makes a recommendation to the board based on a survey that the actuary has done of investment consultants to determine the expected rates of returns for the different asset classes that NHRS owns. And then based on the weight of that asset class, we come up with a weighted average for what the overall assumed rate of return should be for the entire portfolio. And this is looked at every year briefly when the actuary does the valuation, and is given a very thorough examination every 4 years as part of the experience study. And as I noted earlier, the most recent experience study did not result in any recommended change to the assumed rate of return. This chart shows what our assumed rate of return has been. Those are the green numbers. You can see back in 2004, we were at 9%. So that was coming out of the roaring 90s. And over time, that has slid down to 6.75%. And you can see from the early years, from 2004 through 2010, our returns were more aggressive than those of most other public pension plans. And since then, we've been aiming at more on the conservative side, conservative yet realistic. It's very difficult to compare the two rates of returns of any two pension plans because it all depends on what the plan's underlying assets are. So if two plans have different asset allocations, they will have different assumed rates of return. Page 37. As we mentioned earlier, 2024 was another busy session with 14 bills introduced and 3 that were enacted into law. One was a temporary supplemental allowance. There was the Violent Acts disability benefit, and there was also a change in the Group 2 multiplier. Page 38. This slide summarizes NHRS's role vis-a-vis the legislature. We are here to provide data and objective analysis. We do that through a variety of media. One is the fiscal note worksheets, the bill briefs that we prepare, afternoons like this afternoon when we provide testimony or education. And we also provide you with a great deal of information material, our annual comprehensive financial report, the actuarial evaluations, and the comprehensive annual investment report. Page 39, to summarize everything that we've covered this afternoon, NHRS does provide a modest pension benefit. We have a plan in place to pay down the unfunded liability, and I'll have more detail for you on that in 2 slides. And the board has taken many responsible steps to assure proper plan funding. Page 40 is a comparison of our funded ratio relative to that of our peers. As I mentioned earlier, the funded ratio is the actuarial value of assets, that's the 5-year smoothed assets, divided by the actuarial accrued liability, which is the present value of all of the liabilities that our members have earned. The road to 100% funding is rarely smooth, but we are on the right path and continue to make good progress. And you can see by looking at this chart, every time that we decreased our actuarial rate of return, the funded ratio decreased and the unfunded liability increased. So you can see that in years 2010, 2015, and 2019. Page 41. This is the projection of where our actuaries expect us to be over the next 20 years on paying down the amortization of our unfunded liability. So the apple green line reflects the unfunded liability at different times in the future. Today, it is $5.6 billion. The individual bars on the bar chart are comprised of the initial unfunded liability from 2010. That's what the teal is. And then the other gains and losses that are being amortized over 20-year periods that were incurred after 2017. As you can see, some of these periods have gains, such as 2021 and the changes arising from the 23 experience study, and those are below the line. And those positive gains reduce the overall unfunded liability. But you can see that we are very much on the path to amortizing our unfunded liability. There is a plan in place, and we continue to make progress on it.
Yes, and the accumulated liability from pre-2011 is still the biggest part of our deficit.
Yes, Madam Chair, it is. But it is decreasing. Because we are at the point now that we are paid off enough that before we were in a place that the interest on the unfunded liability each year was so high that our unfunded liability kept increasing. But now we have turned the corner and the unfunded liability is now decreasing each year. Page 42, my apologies to those of you on the committee who've seen this chart before, but I think it's a great story. New Hampshire is not the only state that's working on reducing its unfunded liability. Our neighbor to the east, Maine, began their efforts on this important endeavor back in 1997. It's a very good comparison as our plans, as you can see, have many characteristics in common. Similar participants, number of active members and retirees, and interestingly, both states have similar constitutional provisions. What's especially heartening is that you can see that Maine, when they started this in 1996, their funded ratio was 51%. Whereas when we started in FY10, it was 57.4%. And Maine now is at 86.3%, and we're at 68%. So they got a good head start on us, but we're making good progress. Page 43 is the last page of the summary. New Hampshire is very fortunate to have strong constitutional and statutory protections to protect our financial future of the retirement system. And as you saw from the prior chart, this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And there are no shortcuts, it's steady progress. And we are determined to stay the course. At that point, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry, we have some appendices with different background information, if you'd like.
Yes, and we have, I think it's 4 pension-related bills this year so far. There's still more coming. We'll be hearing one next week. That's the unemployment compensation limit, and the others will be the week after next. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I wanted to look at the appendix, page 48, looking at active members versus beneficiaries. So since 2015, it looks like the active membership has not really changed at all versus 2015, the active beneficiaries has increased by like 15,000. Do you have any concerns as to being able to fund things in the future, as we're not necessarily seeing any change in our active membership? Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Representative Howard, This is very normal for a pension plan, and we do regular cash flow projections going out many years. Our actuaries do this every year, and we foresee no future problems with this.
Thank you.
Yes, and unfortunately, or fortunately, the retirees are living longer than we originally thought they would. So we're keep accumulating retirees. Mhm. Mhm. Yes. Mhm.
Madam Chair, I'll jump in since we're all gonna, sit in silence
Sure.
here. Your predecessor and I have went a couple of rounds because in the investment report, the detailed one that came out, we were investing in categories that were not yielding 4%. And we were doing this continuously with a target of 6.75, or realistically more like 7. With you now taking the helm, and I say we as a member of the New Hampshire retirement system, looking at getting out of those investment categories that seem to never ever make the benchmark. And I understand, I appreciate the word diversity in investments. Okay, I don't really I think a lot of that is a cop out. There's, the system seems to have a target, right? I mean, you guys this is where we got to be. And when you're invested in things that never, ever, ever make the target, why would you do that? So with you taking the helm in that regard now, I'm just curious as to your philosophy as to diversification of investment into things that never make the target.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and Representative Pearson. I think I got that right, maybe. Working on it. It's a great question. So one of the reasons, the philosophy around having investments that may not yield the target is for diversification. So that is, it's not a satisfactory answer, but it's one of the reasons why you would have investments in a portfolio that may not yield, because not everything's going to be up at the same time. And so if you're taking a 25-year horizon, you're going to have things that are going to be up or down at different times. And that's why you want the pockets of investments in different places. And so the answer for NHRS is that there are investments that have been made that may not have worked out in the past. For example, energy. If we had a lot of energy in our portfolio, and in the time that you saw in the 2014-15, energy was taking a big bath. And so those investments may not have panned out as we expected. And so then when you look at the returns, you see that there are some, it didn't make the target of 10 to 12% or low teens, or even high single digits and low teens. And so those investments tend to be in private markets and will eventually come out of the portfolio after 10, 12 years. And so what we're doing now is to put in investments that will generate a high yield. And so I talked about infrastructure. And so our infrastructure approach is to do infrastructure that's going to be a cash yielding investment. So it's low risk, core infrastructure, not value add and opportunistic. We're not building new data centers, but we are invested in assets that are going to have a higher yield.
New toll roads.
And today's environment, the yields are high. And back in 10 years ago, maybe 5 to 10 years ago, yields were very low. And so by the nature of being in the market, you're going to invest in assets that are not going to generate a high yield. And so what investors typically do is they use leverage. And my philosophy is I don't like to use leverage. I don't believe that it's needed. And I think that it adds another dimension of risk that is not appropriate for a plan of our size. But I do want to diversify amongst equities, bonds, credit, infrastructure, real estate. I think those are the way to build a diversified portfolio. And there are going to be times where investor yields are not going to make the hurdle. But when you put the whole thing together, it should be diversified and it should yield the target of 6 3/4, or at least better than that, because we're not just trying to get that number. We want to get that number plus the skill that we're applying to by hiring the managers with skill, by doing the work and investment allocations, and working with the committee to do that. So it's not just the 6 3/4. We want to try to do better than that to be able to pay out the benefits. I don't know. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, you answered. The satisfaction part we'll get to. So, how long do you sit in a category that doesn't even make the 6 3/4 before you cut it loose and say, you know what, we're just not going to invest in whatever, monopoly apartment buildings, right? There's got to be a point where you just go, look, this is not making a grade here. So, and it seemed like your predecessor didn't have any idea what that would even look like. So I'm just wondering what your philosophy is on categories that have, for 25 years, have failed.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, yeah.
We can be informal now. We're
yeah.
past the
Okay,
basic
great.
presentation.
Yeah, so my philosophy, it depends on the investment. So for public market investments, we have a 30-day termination clause. And so, and it's not just looking at the performance. And so if it hasn't performed in 25 years and you're still investing in it, that's not good. And I don't know any investor who would do it for that long and defend it. But we typically look at short, medium, and long-term performance, which is 1, 3, and 5 year periods. We also look at how the asset class has, let's say, for example, if you're at small cap stocks have not been doing well in the last couple of years. It's been very tough for them. However, the managers that we do have, when we do invest in small cap, are managers who are picking the stocks. They're doing active management. I think that's the term that I want to use, is active managers. And they're able to make the decision to be in one category or the other, even though the sector is, as a whole, is not doing well. And so you want to be with those managers, and we feel we have very strong small cap managers. But I don't want to wait long to be able to recommend a termination. Now, that's for public market investments, and that 30-day clause is for those. For private markets, you're typically invested for a drawdown fund for 10 plus whatever extensions they're contracted to do. So typically 2 one-year extensions. So you could be in a fund for about 12 years, maybe longer. And so those investments you can't really just terminate, because if you decide to sell it, may sell it at and you're going to take a haircut on selling it. And so you don't want to do that. Sure. So in those cases, you want to weigh out, okay, am I going to get at least my money back? I'm happy to say that we don't have investments that are in that category. The investments that my predecessor has invested in has done well. So that performance is performance that were generated on his track record. And I feel that those are really good. Now, some of them may not have done as well, but we're continuing that same consistency to be able to invest in investments that are going to continue to do well. So for those private investments, it's tougher to get out of them. But you want to ensure that if you're not going to be able to get your money back, you take some kind of action. And so that's part of the monitoring, the risk management, and making decisions and recommending decisions to the board and the ISC for action as a philosophy.
Representative Lamb?
Thank you. I have a question, which probably I should ask the question of the chair. Since I'm the chair of the pension subcommittee, and there seems to be a lot of interest of us getting into some of these details, do you think that it would make sense for us to dig into asking more about these asset classes and the investment strategy in a subcommittee meeting on pension, or should I go ahead with my next question?
I think that would be very appropriate, because there are some members who are not as interested in the details as others.
Okay.
And also anyone on the committee can show up to the subcommittee and participate.
And also, we have no say. There's
That
a
is
separation.
absolutely true.
A separation, a legal separation between the pension system and the legislature.
All we can do is bring our concerns to them. And in fact, I was going to comment to the board of trustees that if you've got a 25-year investment horizon, keeping 25% in fixed assets seems awfully high. So, But that's a decision for the Board of Trustees, not for us. All right, any general questions? All right, thank you very much for coming. Just a quickie.
Yeah, I do like the chart on page 41, looking forward in time into paying down the UAAL. I'm curious, is there a similar chart for the historical to see that we're on trend? It would be nice just to have that information.
So you would like to see this chart since the beginning of 2010? Is that what you would like?
Wherever it is that we decided to assume the debt of unfunded liability to today, looking backward would be
Around
helpful.
10 would be the right data.
Yes, we'll get that for you.
Thank you, appreciate
Okay.
it.
Yes, and there will be, like I said, there will be a subcommittee on pensions. They will be undoubtedly dealing with the bills we have, and they'd love to grill you about your investment strategy and so forth. Representative.
Just have one more thing, something that I would have liked to have seen. You started giving us historical context around 2007, but I think the 1990s needs to always be in the conversation as to how we ended up in the problem that we're in and the role that this legislature played in making that problem happen.
A substantial one.
So I would like to see that in perpetuity be in there. So we understand our responsibility to this crisis, and it's not mismanagement by the New Hampshire retirement system that led us to this. It's the fault of the legislature. So having that in there, I think, would be beneficial.
Yes, in the early 90s, the legislature mandated the retirement system take on an unrealistic actuarial formula. So for 15, 20 years, everybody thought they were overfunded and therefore diverted a large amount of the investment returns into funds that were not the basic retirement fund. So we got ourselves into a lot of trouble that way.
And also, too, we gave a reprieve to the cities and towns for a number of years.
Oh, that was why we did it. We wanted to
so-
cut taxes.
Yeah. So that historical context of that, I think, is valuable.
Yes, in a few years, there won't be very many of us who even remember the stories about it.
Well, Madam Chair, we have a separate presentation entitled NHRS Past, Present, and Future, which goes through all of that history. It will not be forgotten.
If you could at least send that to us, I'm sure that will be very informative to a lot of people. All right, I think we will break now, and thank you for coming. We'll undoubtedly see at least some of you when we get to the pension bills.
Thank you again for
Okay.
the opportunity.
No. Thank you for answering the question.